Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Longplay of Blasphemous 2. We're back in the Palace of the Embroideries because I know that there are two places where we can use our latest addition to our arsenal, and break those barriers. And after that, after dealing with those, I guess I'm gonna do a bunch of backtracking through pretty much all of the previous areas. Well, I don't know that the Streets of Wakes had any of those barriers. I think here in these first two rooms I was missing some sort of double jump. Yeah, here as well, and or the ability to interact with those fireflies. But every other area I basically don't know exactly what I might be missing, or you know, whether they do or don't have those barriers, so I'm gonna double check. And I might maybe make a few cuts to save on the backtracking. Well, I'll have to do the backtracking anyway, but just so you know, and I'm probably also, well, again, the idea is to, you know, not have a ton of commentary. We'll see how it goes this time, shall we? Not even close. What do we get? A new quest item. Piece of a mirror that once reflected 2 moons. 2 moons. And a great storm. Its sharp point can mark the silver on other crystals. What? Mark the silver on other crystals. Silver-clad crystal shard, okay. Is it a coincidence that it mentions 2 moons there? Because obviously there is this area up here that is called 2 moons. Should I get back there? I mean, it's easy enough to do via teleporter. Although the area itself is really just one long bridge that connects elsewhere. Nah, come on. Okay. Not sure what that refers to at all. Piece of a mirror. A silver-clad crystal shard. Piece of a mirror that once reflected 2 moons in a great storm. Can mark the silver on other crystals, so maybe I need to find more of those first before that does anything? Yeah, no idea. But I suppose that concludes this area for now. Is there a reason to go back to town? I have 2 skill points. Does this weapon inflict mystical damage when not powered up? Devastating slash and strikes multiple times. I mean, it has this crimson visual effect to it when you do this upgraded counter, which I do use every now and then, at least. Aerial ignition. And then this is gonna increase... This is probably gonna be a passive fire damage increase. That would make sense. I kinda wanna unlock this. You know what? Yeah. Well, we'll see how good that is. Don't you dare. Not like that. Okay. All right. I was also thinking about just returning to town to see if anything changed here in the lower section.
Pray, how can...
Okay, he doesn't have anything to say about recent developments. Last time I didn't confirm that the next upgrade is indeed 5. But it is. What was in here? Oh. %, but still Immaculatus. So we should still be getting the full damage bonus from one of our statues. Did we find any new sisters here? No. Well then, we could double check the shop. But I don't have any reason to assume that there is anything different. Well, I suppose I could just backtrack this way. I'm pretty sure, yeah, up here we need double jump to reach that. No idea what we needed to get higher up here. But I could look around these couple of rooms here to see if there are any brown barriers, I suppose, and then I might head up here. I'm pretty sure that there are at least some that we should be able to do, you know, find at least some new things up in these two areas. Yeah, I mean, I can pick somewhere and just start there, right? So we'll do that, and I'm gonna shut up again. Wait, that wasn't there before? I'm pretty sure there was just nothing to be seen on the other side of this. That said, obviously I can't make it across. Huh. Oh, that makes sense, because the city has lowered itself. So these are the upper reaches of the city. Okay, yeah, that actually makes sense. No particular trickery going on here, I suppose. Okay, yeah, also, doesn't seem like this mirror shard does anything here. At least not automatically, so, you know, I just figured I'd check real quick.
Penitent One. Help us by freeing more brothers.
Okay, well, glad I double-checked this place. And confirmed that you do indeed get partial rewards along the way. That's nice. Okay. That means we're only one away from another... No, wait, what? Oh, I spent the two that I had. Never mind. Well, in that case, we're still 3 away from the next statue upgrade. Oh well. That might just open from the other side, actually. Garden of the High Choirs. Yeah, I mean, it seems like this might connect to the upper reaches of the tower, of the city. Who knows? Also, I have started marking places, as you may have noticed, with different colors. Can I remember anything else? Well, here... I mean, is there anything... any other kind of movement? I suppose I might as well use blue, which I haven't used yet, for places requiring vertical movement, green for double jump or other... okay, blue for horizontal movement, so some kind of air dash perhaps, green for vertical movement, like a double jump, and red for places with those little sparkly firefly things. Don't remember what category these areas here fall into. But as I encounter places that, you know, qualify, that fall into one of those 3 categories, I will try my best to mark them just, you know. So future backtracking is gonna be maybe a little bit more, a little bit less aimless. Ah, crap, there are these things. How am I gonna mark those? I mean, blue would make sense for those, I guess. We kinda need one more color. Honestly, a yellow marker would be nice for the fireflies. But oh well. I mean, I could still change my mind. Or I could just put question marks for those things exclusively. But then what about places where I'm not sure what it is? I suppose you can't win them all. I mean, there are only a handful of those blue chain things that we've seen. But still. Okay. Yeah, and this is the chest that I forgot to mark. That I talked about, I think. at the beginning of last episode, or sometime during last episode. Anyway, ouch. Or maybe I didn't mention it and just thought about it. Yeah, okay, anyway. Let's keep going. Well, well, well. And here I thought that using the Firefly platforms or whatever from up here would lead to this place, but apparently not. Well, that's convenient. Because that means that we should be able to do something like this. Yep, okay. And open that one after all. Ah, did I stun him? Maybe. Okay. Oh, there's something up there. A secret within a secret. Which means... Oh, which one was it? Green for jump required, right? Yes. Red for fireflies, green for jump, blue for horizontal. Nacimiento. Improves the effects of the bile flask. Yeah, I think that's a winner. I think we want that one. Okay. Well, that covers this area pretty extensively. All right. I guess I just never came back here after the boss was defeated? That must have lowered the sand level here. Pretty sure it wasn't lowered before. But yeah. The fact that the map showed the path continuing downward pretty much meant that there was gonna be no sand here. Okay, so another health increase. I mean, it's nice. Better late than never. hold on. I just never went excuse me. Went here. Wow. That's insane. But as it turns out, I can't actually do anything here. I mean, I suppose that makes me feel a little bit better, but it also raises the question, like, how? There must be something above. The ceiling looks a bit weird there. Maybe there's an actual hole in the ceiling? Huh. And this has to be opened from the other side. It could just be a way that leads back around after this lower section here. Interesting. Although I wonder, if there really is a double jump, would that alone be enough to initiate a plunging attack that breaks these barriers without needing to reach, you know, some higher platform? Could I just jump from the ground, double jump from the ground, and immediately go into one of these? Maybe. I mean, for now, I'm just a little bit stumped by that one. I really don't understand why I didn't enter that before. Maybe it's another situation where the sand was actually up to this level before the boss was defeated? That would line up, right? With the bottom of this room, where the sand was before? Maybe that's what happened. This was all just... this whole lower section was just inaccessible before. I mean, it's always possible that I just, you know, meant to check that... Oh, wait. No, never mind. This used to be open, and then we went in here and looped around, and this whole section is now just inaccessible, filled with sand, basically. Yeah, okay. That is a bit mysterious, though. I mean, I don't even know what marker to put there. I just... It doesn't seem like there's anything I can do from this side at all. I mean, this situation here could be one of those cases where the caravan, the night caravan or whatever, is going to get us to the other side of this, and this is where we're going to come out of. That is one possible solution to this mystery, maybe, which still doesn't answer how I will break through these. But maybe a double jump is all I need there, so I don't know. I guess I'll be coming back to this area with double jump because of this marker at some point, so let's hope that's gonna be enough. Up here, this is right after we got the flail. I'm pretty sure I just needed to jump high enough to reach the treasure. But I should probably double check. And then I guess that's the last... Well, there's a baby there. That's the last place here that the map reveals anyway. I do wonder about some of these empty enclosed spaces, you know, these one-tile gaps and whatnot. I guess it's absolutely not impossible that some of these might contain secrets, like behind illusory walls. But for the time being, I'm gonna try not to let them drive me too crazy. Because, yeah, I don't know. Suppose when I'm in the area, I might as well check the walls, double check the walls. But, I don't know. Most of these are probably just empty.
Pray. May the hands of
Well, if there was any indication that this is where we'd use the silver-clad crystal shard, then I sure missed it, but sure.
With this crystal, I mark and imbue thy flasks with silver and bile.
Thanks. The healing power of the bile flask has been improved, so there are passive improvements to that as well. Oh, or rather permanent improvements. Okay, good to know.
Only the miracle shall know how many crystals have been bathed in its grace.
Hmm.
Now I shall enhance the vital...
Thank you.
I shall wait for thee to bring me more chalices.
Interesting that we've already found, well, 1 extra flask, 2 health upgrades, and a flask improvement, but not a single fervor improvement. Or maybe I just don't know what to do with this NPC. But you'd think that it's just an item that you find and something that will just happen when you talk to them. Right, also up here I'm pretty sure that there were fireflies preventing us from going further up. And here it should be the lack of ability to double jump, I think. I should probably double check, but I'm reasonably certain of that. Okay, anyway, that was neat. The map doesn't really show anything. This here actually is also double jump related. This one here, I guess horizontal? Or double jump could do the trick. This one up here, I'm gonna say also double jump. That's the one where it almost looks like you're supposed to like jump from enemy to enemy, those 2 flying bird type enemies, to reach a platform in the top right corner. Not sure if that's ever gonna be a thing. But I suppose a double jump would probably get us there. Yeah, other than that, this area doesn't show anything unexplored, so I'm gonna trust myself not to have just forgotten to mark something there. So I guess our next destination is the Mother of Mothers, which I think, like, these tall rooms here might actually have a series of brown barriers to break through. Plus we have a couple of other areas to double check. So let's do that. In fact, yeah, there might be more. We might be able to do something there. I'm kind of confident that we can do at least something. Okay, a whole new area. Also, I don't think I can return from here. Which might be an indicator that we get the double jump here. That would be awesome. Or it might be an indicator that we just have to teleport out of here. Anyway, yeah, I guess we dealt with that. I don't know that I ever looked into this room. Surely not. Yeah, well, I guess I'll have to double check that one. Oh, but for now, we are here. Unexpected. But it was very satisfying to finally solve this room. This whole sequence. Unlocking all those shortcuts. Very nice. So nice when finally all the pieces, you know, fall into place. Yeah. Obviously, we're still missing a little bit up here. And, well, whatever that might be. What could that be in a dead end like that? Well, too late now. But it's fine.
Penitent One, our bond led us to victory, but it was not the victory I long for. Is it your wish that I continue with the story of my promise? Indeed, it was the miracle's will that made the bell ring. But it was the lady's sin that brought the curse down upon us. The lady, the most beautiful of women, who lived in the palace by the lake, lived to admire her own beauty, which she believed to be unnaturally divine. The reflection of the lake in which she admired herself returned her own beauty with yet more intensity and splendor, keeping her spellbound for days. Desiring that reflected perfection for herself, she prayed to the lake that no one else might see that reflection. As she looked at her reflection one more time, she saw her face distort to the sound of a terrible tolling that rose up from the lake's sunken bell. Do you wish me to join you in your next confrontation? There you shall find me, and in communion we shall fight.
Okay, this is interesting. I mean, I had been wondering why she didn't show up in any of the other boss fights so far. And assumed just story reasons, but maybe I could have encountered her here. I mean, ultimately I needed the sword, so if I had started with the sword, I suppose I could have solved this whole sequence right when I first came here. Or maybe she is only available for certain boss fights anyway, and... Huh. Anyway, well, we did encounter her again, so that's nice. Does that indicate that... Oh, that absolutely could be a boss fight right here. I mean, of course, last time we encountered her right before a boss. Before the boss fight where she then helped us. Okay, and this is our way back out of here. But of course, we won't take that until we have actually defeated whatever is lurking down here. Wow, that was a total mess. I was just flailing toward the end there. Again, for no reason. All of those attacks were actually pretty well telegraphed and, yeah, a very well readable boss. That I suppose it makes sense if we could have come here a lot sooner. Oh, okay. Even though, presumably, maybe this was a completely optional, we still get some sort of vision afterwards. Oh, and one where we actually do some platforming. Intriguing. Hello?
How dark and uncertain are the rooms where the miracle allows us to see and talk to one another. Even after the deaths. Even after the dreams. Penitent One. We are in the Chapel of the Five Doves.
Five Doves?
You prevails the narrative voice of the witness.
Chapel of the Five Doves. That big central circle in our progress display in the status screen obviously has 4 bird shapes. And also looking at the birds that I actually see now, the birds in their cages, they look pretty dark for doves or pigeons. And they could be, I suppose they are dark gray, but they're almost black. Certainly unusual. Well, I suppose they are gray. That can't be a coincidence, right? Obviously, that must have something to do with that status display.
All that remains of me is testimony. For my deceased body lies exposed in its urn of crystal and gold. You return from the long dream to avoid the birth. You will have need of the uncorrupted tongue that my mortal remains still harbor, whose forbidden whispers will guide thee on the path to such an undertaking.
Okay. Yeah, preventing... I haven't really been thinking about it much or talking about it much, but the lady that appears after every boss fight, or has appeared so far, and also greeted us shortly after the beginning of the game, and told us about the bosses and what we generally had to do, also said that our ultimate goal was to reach the upper reaches of the City of the Blessed Name and prevent the birth of something, of the miracle, or of another miracle, or I don't know. Huh. And this guy says that we need his help, we need his tongue, his testimony, to achieve our task. But the game did not direct me here at all. I mean, maybe it would have eventually. Maybe I just came here before I had the official quest, basically. I guess that's not impossible.
Release the 5 doves, and thus the urn containing my body shall be opened. Wake up now from this dream.
Release the 5 doves. Huh. Yeah, I mean, there are 5 birds there. If those are not doves, but 5 different birds, then that would be a bit much of a coincidence, I think. Also, our guild did not go up from defeating this guy. I'm sure that's meaningful in some kind of way. Hello. Why don't we go ahead and heal before we plunge ourselves into whatever lies beyond? Huh. Heck yeah, next major upgrade. Come on, double jump. It has to be, basically. Or else we can't get out of here. Well, we could with the teleport spell, but... I could... Passage of Ash? Wait. Okay, with this ability, the Penitent One can now perform a mid-air jump. Press A in the middle of a jump or a fall. Alright, Passage of Ash didn't really sound like a double jump, but... Yep, that's exactly what it is. Exactly what you would expect. Oh, that's so good. That is huge. Wow. If we really could have come here basically right away... I mean... I don't know. Was there something? There could have easily been something else preventing us from heading here straight away. We needed... actually, no, I don't know. I don't know. We obviously needed the sword, so I guess starting with the sword might have sped up the way to the double jump. So in another playthrough, that might be something to consider for sure. Oh, okay, that opens up so many things. I mean, pretty much all of the green dots should be places I can do something now. Oh, you know what? I've completely forgot about the old lady while I was here. So I'll have to come back for that one. I was just about to say that this area, as far as I can tell, is just completely cleared already. Right, we have not been through here again. There might be a bunch of places, especially now with double jump, of course. There definitely should be a couple of places in here. And possibly even up here. Okay. Well, I guess the backtracking and secret collecting continues. What a great find. What? There are also just upgrades for the weapons? Oh, that unlocks the... Of course, that unlocks the next tier of skills. I see. Wow. Alright. Okay, I'm happy to see that... Well, not all of the next tier upgrades immediately cost 2 or more, but well, I suppose most of them do. Increase the ability to stun enemies with this weapon, okay. Increase base defense with this equipped, I suppose. I'm assuming that all of the passive effects in these skill trees only apply when the respective weapon is currently active. That would make sense. Covenant of Atonement. Hits during Blood Pact regenerate the Penitent's one's health. Okay. I don't know, maybe it was hinted at somewhere that this would be a health-stealing weapon. Or maybe that's just the vibe that I got. But with this upgrade it actually is. But only during Blood Pact. So, yeah. Blessed Seal. Increase the base damage of Regual Alba. Yeah, well, that seems like a pretty good upgrade. I mean, honestly, it's not my favorite weapon just to fight things with. The counter is fun. It's pretty powerful. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess mostly... I mostly prefer using my my dual swords because I have the statue that grants me extra damage for it. If I had just straight up extra damage for the sword, I guess I would be using this as basically my default. Well, honestly, I say that, but I also use the flail a lot just because of the range. Because against certain enemies, like those annoying little jumpy ones, for example, they're an absolute pain to fight with anything other than the flail, of course. So yeah, I don't know. I guess I end up using all of my weapons to some extent, which is great. I mean, yeah, it's so easy for, you know, a situation like this with multiple weapons that you could technically switch between, for you to just, you know, settle with one, or at least that's how I often do it. Even though I would like to use more of the tools available, I generally tend to find something that just works and use that all the time. But here I have found myself switching quite a bit and fighting different enemies with different weapons. So I guess good job, devs, for making them all appealing and having them all have their own respective niche where they shine. That being said, we actually have enough thingamajigs for the next statue slot. So I think I'm going to hold off on upgrading anything right now. Also, now that I know how this works, well, hopefully we'll come across the unlocks for the other two weapons sometime soon, so I can see, you know, what else there is on offer before I decide what to invest in. Because I'm still not quite sure. I mean, we have been finding a ton of points in addition to the ones that we get from killing enemies. So there does seem to be a pretty generous amount in the game in total. I'm still not quite sure if it's going to be enough to buy every skill for every weapon, or if I'm eventually going to have to specialize. Like the tier 3 skills are probably going to be pretty expensive, if I had to guess. Oh well, anyway, pretty cool find. I mean, honestly, just increasing the base damage, that is such a good upgrade. It's 2, but screw it. Screw what I just said. I'm gonna take this one at least. Yeah. And more stun, sure, that's also nice. It's also not as expensive, of course. And some more defense, sure, why not? But I feel like I've been doing pretty okay. But killing things faster is really hard to pass up, you know? Alright. Was this always here? Oh. Okay. I didn't want to walk through what seemed like a door, off camera. But, turns out that yes, we had found this before. And there was... I don't know, what did we find here? Something. Some sort of item. I'm sure I already did whatever I needed to do with it. I mean, was it a statue of the guy? Maybe, actually. Maybe it was just there. Not some sort of key item. I mean... I suppose I might as well just keep recording, too. And I could also just pause again and, you know, make another jump cut. But... I don't know. I guess I might as well include a little bit of the nice parkouring, which is so much more pleasant now. I mean, honestly, it's not like previously it felt like anything was missing at all. Don't get me wrong. The game controls extremely smoothly and has always controlled very smoothly. Much more so, I would say, than the first game. Can we make that? That's pretty far. We cannot make that, actually. Interesting. I don't suppose there is such a thing as, taking a damage boost, getting knocked in the correct direction, and then just... So maybe that one actually requires... I mean... I still think that there are some places where we do need some sort of horizontal ability. I mean, this place here, maybe... but that's also really far. I feel like it's too far. It's further than this, or as far as this, even though it's at least as far as this horizontal distance, even if it's without the vertical component. But if we'd had some sort of dash that we can use in the air, then we could do this and then dash and reach it. As it is, I don't think... Yeah, I mean, obviously, we can get kind of close, but not close enough. Right, anyway. Yeah, what can I say? With the double jump, double jump just makes everything, movement in any game, feel better. That's just how it is. Just the ability to, you know, adjust your jumps when they weren't perfect the first time around. Although, I think, I'm not entirely sure how it was in the first game. I want to say that, well, you didn't, like, fully commit to a jump, like old school Castlevania style or anything. I don't think it was that harsh. But, I don't know, I feel there was something about the platforming in the first game that was... I thought there was something up here. Something you can jump up to, but... I mean, there's clearly something above, but nothing we can do from here. It looks like. Yeah, anyway, I don't know, there was something about the platforming that was a lot... well, I mean, people use the word clunky to mean all kinds of different things, but I would say it was a little bit clunky, perhaps. Like, the game really wanted you to be pretty deliberate about your movements. I mean, you know, with the constant actual instant deaths, like spikes and infinite pits everywhere that actually sent you back to your last checkpoint instead of just costing you some health. You know, that was pretty brutal, and those were all over the place. And, you know, swinging things that knocked you into those, and enemy knockback that knocked you into spikes. So it was rough. In this game feels a lot more forgiving in that regard. Like, I don't know, maybe you move faster. I'm also pretty sure there wasn't actually a double jump in the first game, so, you know. Definitely, movement feels a lot smoother in this game. And it was always smooth before, but now with a double jump, I mean, it's just even better. What can I say? Okay, we can reach that platform for sure. Ooh, it was actually kind of close. And once again, it looks like... Yep, We need something extra. Just a little bit of an extra horizontal boost here. Oh well. Okay, these enemies continue to be just way too tanky. Ouch. Okay. That's fair. While I'm here... Oh, no. No. This is not fair. Get out of here. That's definitely a flailed situation, if I ever saw one. Jesus. Screw those guys. Come on. It's the blue version, too, that has way more health than the non-blue version. Okay. We have a lot of money. By the way. Don't know if you noticed. Not sure if it's enough to buy everything from the hand lady's shop. But it should get us pretty close. Oh, do we actually have... Wait. Oh. Okay, I was wrong. This was not a wisp situation at all. Oh, it is up here. From this point forward, it is actually a wisp situation. Okay. Yep, that's just one of those enemies. That was a lot of damage. Holy crap. Okay, yep.
Bestow upon me your...
I would if I knew how to. Fervent kisses. Yeah, I don't know. Door's locked. You need to be a little bit more specific, or, you know, allow me to actually just kiss you. I've absolutely forgotten what these people mentioned. Oh? Did this happen before? Oh. That was this place. We're supposed to extinguish the candles of her sisters, her daughters?
Yet ready. Find my daughters.
Put out their candles. Gotcha. Well, so far we only know about one woman that has candles that we can extinguish.
I shall wait for you to give me more knots.
Okay. Right. Let's give this up here another try, and I don't know why I'm just I've just entered full-on commentary mode again. Okay, this enemy is officially insane. That was crazy. I suppose I could have timed it better, but even just getting punished for just healing. Wow. That was pretty rough. Come on. Okay. That's a pretty far jump to make. Also, is there a brown barrier up there? Maybe? Looks like it, yeah, okay. Interesting. Well, this, yeah. Is a red mark situation for sure. Well, this place sure is a lot bigger than I thought at first. Okay. Okay. It seems like I can't solve this right now, and my best guess is that I need a dash or something. And then I activate this and I actually wait. Don't go right away. It's like I feel like I want the moving statue to be kind of in the middle of its path on the way back. And then maybe I could do something like, you know, teleport, jump, dash, teleport, because unless, I don't know, maybe just a dash would be enough. It depends on how much distance that will cover, I suppose. But yeah, for now that's my only idea, really.
Penitent One, this is no place for anyone. Can you not see that death breathes the very air that dries our throats? That it walks in our footsteps? You cannot even hear the cries for the dead. For here, even crying is forbidden. I will remain in the shadows, sheltering behind these bars, so you cannot look upon my diseased countenance. But although no one has ever managed to find out who he really is, I can reveal to you a name. Castor. How ominous that name sounds when spoken in these shadowy enclaves. I may have something for you. If so, be sure to take it and go.
Okay, interesting. Ah, this is where I get those things. Like specifically, here I get the Remembrance of Trifon, the other one from that old, well, not couple, the brother and sister, that I didn't get, as well as the damage increases for the other two weapons. Of course, these are quite expensive. I also think I'm definitely gonna get the chalice. That's another health upgrade. So I mean, yeah, that's just a no-brainer, really. Another spell, huh? Mystical damage. I wish it told me what kind of spell this is. Kind of sounds like a quick one, but it could be, you know, one of the slightly less quick ones. I mean, I kind of want to know what this one is all about. Sure, might as well get this one. And when I find myself with 24,000 extra cash to spend, I will hopefully remember this guy, who is a little bit out of the way, although, what if we could maybe open some sort of secret passage? Oh yeah, we could absolutely connect here, actually. If I can make it past those off-screen spear-flinging ghost ladies on what little health remains. Well, we'll see, I guess. Might as well give it a try.
Pray, how can I... The file you bring is able to polish wood and leave it as smooth as the petals of dried flowers. Know that you have my gratitude, Penitent One. Allow me to present you with a... The altarpiece on your back now has more... Here, I will wait for you until you...
Excuse me? 10? Yikes. Okay. I mean, it's only 4 more than expected, but still. Why this sudden increase? Was that really necessary? Well, I guess we'll be saving for that one. For now, let's see here. That's not new. 3 fun. Increase the damage inflicted when life is low. Oh. I mean, I do find myself in that kind of situation every now and then. Of course, I'd rather not. Fire damage, lightning, miasma, mystical. I don't know. Maybe for now just this?
May the hands of...
This is empty again, for the first time. Also, she has changed. Not for the better, I must say.
Now I shall enhance the vital light within thee.
Thank you.
I shall wait for thee. With this crystal, I mark and imbue thy flasks with silver and bile. Only the miracle shall know how many crystals have been bathed in its grace. Bring me chalices and vials.
Okay. 240 health now. Not bad. Still not a single fervor increase, but okay. Sure. I mean, I really don't know what the point is. But it also doesn't seem to have any kind of negative effect that I can tell, so sure, why not? How will we end up there? Actually, how will we end up there? This might be another situation... Oh, wait. Right, I wondered about this before. I was gonna say this might be another place where we end up after being transported by the caravan, but... But this showed only open from the sound of a silver bell. Oh, right, wait. Yeah, it could be up here. Maybe that's actually what's up there. Alright, that could be it.
You point.
I actually also forgot about these. So that's another another thing that we need a whole lot of Tears of Atonement for. But, I mean, we just found a better version of the Martyrdom points increasing Pearl, so with any luck we'll find the Tears increasing one, the upgrade for that one as well. In fact, we might have even skipped one, going from slightly increasing to significantly increasing. Although it's only 2 of those icons. Up from 1. For the fire one, it says slightly increasing with 1 fire shield icon. Up to just increase, not significantly increase, but it also only shows 2. So, who knows. Maybe that's because there are only 2 tiers of the Red Skull, whereas there is another, even more powerful fire resistance charm. I guess that's possible. Yeah, well, anyway, we're obviously only... I mean, we haven't discovered a whole lot more of the map, I suppose, since we started our little, you know, backtracking and exploration session. But, of course, we have encountered... we have found a bunch of things in these areas. So we still made quite a bit of progress. But, I mean, that being said, there is still almost half of the map for us to even see. So there's still a lot of game left, is what I'm trying to say. Right. Anyway, what do we do from here? Obviously, we have all these places to backtrack to now that we have the double jump. Yeah, I also wanted to head back down here. Why didn't I go here? I guess because I decided to instead head over to the Streets of Wakes instead. Right. But yeah, I did want to visit this person again. And we should be able to just jump up to that chalice thing there. To grab whatever that holds. And then, of course, yeah, we can return to these places again to probably find some things in all of the green marked places. As well as well, head over to Grills and Ruin, Choir of Thorns, that we haven't been back to. I also, even though I don't think it's going to lead to anything, I do want to visit the old lady again, see if I can still give her the manuscript. Probably not, but you never know. And then also return here before finally taking a look at the elevated temples. Ooh, wait, that whole area is called the elevated temples. Interesting. All right. So the whole upper section of the town, of the city of the blessed name, is just temples. I guess it makes sense if it's a holy city. Well, I suppose that answers that question. Fervent kiss is just an item, because of course. Piece of cloth used by the high sanctities to cleanse their hands after being kissed. Alright. And apparently, well, maybe these are going to connect. But this is as far as we go here. Alright. Well, now we got our first fervor upgrade. That's nice. So I'll probably just go ahead and grab that right away. Because, yeah, we can just teleport there, basically. And, yeah, then next, I'm gonna revisit both of these areas again. I'm probably just gonna do jump cuts to, you know, get back to the places where I need to be, because we've obviously traversed those quite extensively not too long ago.
My hands attain virtue through obedience and constancy. I begin to feel them go numb, as if submerged into an icy sea. They move of their own accord. Now they are more of the miracle than of me. Behold these beautiful oil paintings, with colors that radiate life itself. Know that you have my gratitude. May the hands of... Roughness becomes smoothness. Wood becomes skin. May the hands pray. May the hands of pray. May the
feel your fervor exude from every fissure of your armor, and rejoice, mine own Penitent One. I shall continue to assist you, if you grant me your kisses.
I no longer hear your voice. I do not believe you have gone. Is this another of your deceptions? I no longer... I do not... Is this...
Wow, okay. Well, that's way more generous than I actually expected it to be, because just as I was making my way back here, I was thinking how much more convenient fast travel is, or how much more fast travel there is, period, in this game compared to the first one, where it was very limited. I think I might have talked about that at some point. And honestly, the ability to just teleport back to town, where there is a teleporter, from any prie-dieu was already super generous and, you know, made it so that backtracking was not painful at all. And now we can actually just straight up teleport between them? That's... Honestly, that's just more than I ever expected. Huh, well, in that case... I guess I almost don't need to do any jump cuts anymore, because... Well, we're not really going to be doing a whole lot of backtracking anymore. Oh, these changed again! Oh, do they change? They have lanterns, just like the... That makes sense. We upgrade the prie-dieu functionality. That's what changes them. Finding more of those weird ladies and paying tribute. Okay, now I see the... connection. Yeah, that makes sense. Travel between prie-dieus. Yes. That's just... Okay, I mean, I guess at this point we don't need the actual teleports anymore. Well, that's not entirely true, but, you know. Yeah, well, I was gonna head up here. It's instantaneous as well. Awesome. Yeah. Ouch, ouch. Okay. Let's see if my theory is even correct and we can, in fact, get somewhere with just a double jump here. Maybe it is too far. And we actually also need the dash, or whatever it might be. What? Oh, I... Somehow... It ate my double jump? What? Again? Okay. Wait, can I not just hang here? I can. Okay. Jump? Double jump. Ah, it's not enough. Okay. So, blue it is. Well, that's it for this area, for these areas. Down here. Ah, okay, pretty good. Right. I also wanted to use the next rosary knot. So I guess I might as well take care of that right away.
Do you have rosary? Now, let my hand...
Only one candle left.
Your rosary now treasures yet another mystery.
Okay, what do we equip? Both red skulls? Maximum martyrdom points? I mean, might as well, right? I'm assuming those stack. I see no reason why they wouldn't. 15 out of 40. I mean, we have a lot of those to go, so it's not like we're going to be max level anytime soon. So yeah, nice. All right, next up, I suppose I'm just gonna head into Guilds in Ruin. Yeah. Not a whole lot left to re-explore at this point. Might as well start here. Start right there, in fact. Huh. Well, that is a bit of a spoiler, because as it is, we don't have the... we don't even have more than one of those charges. So that's going to be a thing eventually. Presumably unlocked via higher tiers here. Okay. Yeah, verdadera. I mean, I guess it does say here, verdadera destreza 1. Very much implying that there's going to be at least a 2, if not a 3, and yeah. Okay, so no big surprise there, actually. Adding lightning damage to attacks, getting hit depletes. That's... okay, I missed that it said that right there. And I think for a while I wasn't sure. I thought that the charge just lasted a certain time. But yeah, actually, it's just when you get hit that it gets removed. I did notice that some time ago. Don't know if I ever mentioned anything. But yeah, okay. Interesting. I mean, for now, obviously, that statue is useless to us, but eventually maybe I'm going to use it. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, daughters and candles. I mean, it's possible that the Rosary Knot lady does not have anything to do with that then? Although, you know, a girl, several candles that we extinguish, seems a little bit... again, a little bit too much of a coincidence, right? But yeah. This is definitely one of the daughters. Huh. I suppose I'll be returning to the old lady then at some point. Maybe I suppose I could do it right away, since there is a checkpoint right here. See if she reacts to that, or if I actually whoa. If I actually need to extinguish all the daughters first. Just kind of wish this didn't take as long as it does. This slow fade out, and then returning also takes a while. But oh well. Oh, there's a chair dangling from the ceiling. That wasn't the case before.
May the bells chime twice, for the vigil begins.
Uh-oh.
And we shall sink into a sea of mourning.
Is this bad? Huh? What? Wait, what? Oh. I didn't expect combat from this. Okay. Well, that wasn't that bad. Not that much worse than some of the kill rooms that we've had before. Oh, and now I see a total of 5 lanterns hanging above her bed, one of which is lit now. I didn't notice those before, but I feel like it's unlikely that those are a coincidence. So, 4 more of those daughters to find, huh? Okay. And we got... Tirso. Increases damage inflicted when health is at its maximum. Up by 10 as opposed to... Oh, this is also just a 10% increase. Not a very powerful red tearstone ring effect, as it were. You'd think that with the higher risk involved in this one, the damage bonus would be higher, but... Honestly, I kind of appreciate that they don't make that too appealing, because, you know, otherwise... Well, I mean, I guess I personally would never feel too inclined to use this kind of thing, because I just don't like purposefully hanging out at low health for the extra health, for the extra damage increase. But yeah, I don't know. I suppose ultimately I don't mind if this kind of bonus is pretty powerful for those who want to take the risk. Yeah. This one, on the other hand, I mean, I suppose I'm only going to spend so much time at exactly full health, unless, of course, I play it perfectly, which I do most of the time. But we're also... Well, we're only ever going to have one more statue slot. And, yeah, I don't know. I suppose I probably don't really need the... don't need this one, because we already have, what, 3? Is it 3? At least 2 passive, permanent healing power increases. But I mean, 20% on top of that is obviously pretty good, considering we still only have 3 flasks total. Might as well make each one of those count as much as possible. Well, anyway. So that's a thing. Now we know how that works. Okay, and I guess with that we go back. See if we can do anything more here in Grills and Ruin. Or up in the Choir of Thorns. Wow, that was beautiful. Honestly, I'm not sure we can do anything here because, well, there just doesn't seem to be enough room. Yeah, that's gonna be spikes again. Gotcha. Okay, that's gonna be too far away again. That's gonna be spikes. No, I mean, that was not spikes, but... And it was the right height, but it was too far away from the barrier, which is what I expected. That's spikes. That's not high enough, right? Is it? Oh, that was actually... I was absolutely expecting that to be too far away, but that must have been just at the very edge. Oh god. What the heck? Honey, huh?
To your reverence, I address myself. After seeing myself freed from grief following long years of regret, I dreamt I saw some bees create a honeycomb of sweet honey inside the now empty recesses of my soul. But the miracle does not distinguish between dreams and truth, and my dreamt punishment became incarnate. O creatures of the miracle, what do you want from me? Your reverence's visit to this repentant, punished sinner shall not be in vain. Take this as a gift.
Thanks. And best of luck with your...
If chance this gift I give you should break, losing its worth, return it to me.
Oh?
This honey, which doth not cease to flow, will be able to undo the damage. Let the bees continue in their sorrowful work.
Yes. Okay, so what did we just get? A statue, right? A statue that can break? The maiden? Wait. No, that's... I think... Uh-oh. Wait, is that what we got? Is that what we got for... the extinguished candle daughter? Uh-oh. Because if not... Guy, Alchemist, Tempest... Crap. Maybe it is the maiden that we literally just got and I just have no memory at all. Static novice. Wait, no. We've had that for a while. Well. But it doesn't mention that it could break, so... Alright, never mind. That is what we literally just got. A maiden. The air vibrates inside my bowels. Open the labor of the bees. My soul, free from every sorrow and pain, overflows with a mellow, pure honey that ceaselessly grows. Ceaseless honey discharge? Yeah, I mean, you'd think... I don't know, when he mentioned that, you know, if it breaks, return and I'll repair it, basically. That made me think of the fragile charms from Hollow Knight, or something similar, where, you know, equip it and it gives you a good benefit, but if you die while carrying it, it breaks. And then you have to, you know, pay some price to have it restored.
Come back here if my gift should break.
Huh. Unless there's just a chance for any of these statues to break when we die, but surely not. I've died a couple of times. And nothing of the sort ever happened. And hopefully never will. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, 3% crit chance... I wouldn't mind equipping that, I suppose, if I had another slot open. Available right now. But then again, 3% isn't, you know, isn't huge. Curious. Anyway, that was that. sure wouldn't mind finding another coin. Because I'm really curious where these guys are going to transport me next. So that would definitely be one of the better finds, one of the more interesting finds that I can think of. Although, you know, obviously, I am grateful for anything. All of these upgrades have been quite nice. Health upgrades, fervor upgrade. Yeah, I mean, we've been finding a lot of good stuff this episode. Of course, first and foremost, the double jump itself, which opened the path to many of them in the first place. Anyway, enough rambling, more backtracking. Hold on a second. Increases damage when counterattacking with any weapon. So maybe these passive effects are always active. That would be nice. Yeah, okay, next indicator. Not gonna lie, these are both quite tempting. Increase the base damage. I mean, it's hard to pass up. I use this weapon a lot, right? But I would also really like to have that final statue slot unlocked. Just to have that out of the way, you know. Silver Nail. Oh, I never actually used Silver Storm. Oh, that's kind of silly. Okay, anyway. Yeah. Upgrading that is probably not a huge priority, especially... Well, nah, I don't know. Forget what I was gonna say. Just Retribution. I do like my counterattacks, and the fact that this... From what it sounds like here, that this is also going to increase the powerful sword counterattack. Pretty good. Second indicator, also pretty good. Just straight up better damage. Screw it, I'm gonna take this one as well. I would like the others, but for now I'm gonna try to save points for that the final statue slot. That would be very nice to have that out of the way. Okay, anyway, I'm going to continue my way through here, checking out these last two places. Hopefully we'll be able to do something there.
Help us by freeing more brothers, and we shall reveal to you what...
Okay, so I actually just... well, it's fine. I actually just accidentally muted my mic when I meant to unmute it. So I guess I'll just say it again. Since I have done everything I could think of everywhere else, it's finally time to head into the holy city itself. Yeah, that's all I said.
The upper reaches of our city, once unreachable and unfathomable, have descended.
Yeah, and you have ascended here.
Countless legends tell of the many secrets that the heights have hidden and laid watch over for seeming eternities. Can it be the city that prostrates itself before so many parishioners, beckoning us to witness the birth of the child more closely? What holiness lies before us? Cast your eyes upon our shop window.
What holiness lies before us? Oh, by the way, do you want to buy my stuff? Ill-fated core, increased resistance to miasma damage. That's a bead, okay. I mean, I have other things to buy, but sure.
We have no more pray.
Ah, right. That makes sense. I guess if I somehow made my way all the way here without the dual swords, this is the final test. Oh. Huh. Okay. We're ascending fast. So unless some of this space is gonna get filled up with this area or some other areas, after all, it's not quite as massive as I thought it would be. Although I guess there is still a lot of room up here. I never actually tested. Does the map? Oh, okay. Yeah, there is definitely very much a limit to how far the game is going to, or the map is going to allow you to scroll. So we're pretty much at the bottom of the map with this. Yeah, pretty much at the eastern and western edges as well, but to the north or up rather, there's a lot of room. Can't even see the rest of the map anymore. Okay, I mean, it looks like I'm... Yeah, okay. That's about the extent of it. But still, yeah, a lot more room up top. Which makes sense, again, because we're only at, well, 57% now of the map, and just about half overall completion. So, yeah, pretty good progress.
I shall grant thee a new flask. Bring me more vials. Bring me chalices and vials.
help us by free.
have rosary knots, Penitent One? Now, let my hand... Your rosary is now complete, Penitent One. When you feel sorrow and the sky bears no stars, press your rosary close to your breast. It will bring you comfort. When you feel sorrow, it will bring you...
The vigil is... Find my daughters.
Feel your mine own.
Wow, okay, that was crazy. I definitely need to deal with those stupid flying things faster. I should have just switched to the flail, honestly. It's just so much easier to hit them with that. Even though, damage-wise, it's kind of fallen behind the other two weapons. But yeah, against flying enemies where you can't just stand there and spam. This is definitely not as good. Man, that was rough. Holy crap. Also, first death in quite some time, isn't it? Oh, it's... Right, kind of forgot that I climbed up first. Well, the way back isn't very bad, but... That fight is certainly not free. Like, it feels like a completely different league compared to... Hey there. The other typical arena fights that we've had. Yikes. Okay. It's the second baby in this area that's just completely free, also. Strange. Okay, looks like my hunch was correct, and up here is really just more optional stuff, and that's the main path. I mean, it makes sense for such a dangerous, difficult mini-boss encounter, I suppose, to be, yeah, blocking the main path. Okay, I think I see. Yeah. Wait. Do I see? Did I need to do that? Oh yeah, I think I did. Ah, hello there. And this is just a shortcut I unlocked, yeah. Whoa, okay, it immediately starts rolling. The silence here is kind of awkward, isn't it? The lack of music is extremely noticeable. Huh? Where? Oh. Awkward. Not a lot of room here. Okay, there we go. Not sure why I needed to kill all the enemies in here, but I did for some reason. Okay. Well, break over. Let's do it this time. Is our magic good for this? I guess so. I do like this shotgun like triple fireball thingy. Of course we don't have any bonus to fire damage. We do have lightning damage bonuses, but I don't know. I feel these spells a bit lackluster. Too bad we don't have a lightning chant yet. Makes me kind of think that I might have missed it somewhere, because we have... Well... I mean, we have a fire one, we have a mystical one, and a miasma one, and that those plus lightning seem to be the 4 damage types that exist that I've encountered so far. But who knows? I mean, if I've missed it somewhere, then I'm sure not. I definitely don't know where, because I've been pretty thorough. Or at least I'd like to think so. Anyway, yeah, I think we're good in terms of setup. Obviously, we can do it. That final round looked a bit rough with the upgraded version of those sword fighters that obviously I hadn't even encountered anywhere before, and now they gave me... Was it 2 of them at the same time? I forget. So that's pretty crazy. Actually, maybe it was just 1, but combined with other enemies, when I haven't had the chance to just learn to fight them on their own. Yeah, pretty rough. Oh well. Dude, and then that sword fighter was crazy, and then that was not even the final one. Jeez. Okay, yeah, thanks for the preview. That's well deserved, I would say. Wow. Also, yeah, we're now at 10%, and that's 10% guild, and that's where the penalties begin, I suppose. So maybe I should go ahead and cure that. Or at least see how expensive it is at this point. Presumably more expensive than last time, so more than 2,000. But let's see.
Welcome back. The flowers of mourning that bloom at our feet are nothing but your guilt made manifest and exuding.
I was gonna say, those weird things, yeah, I guess flowers. I can see it, gray or beige flowers on the ground. I didn't remember those being here before. My guilt made manifest. I mean, I didn't really accumulate that much guilt, I would say.
But the beauty of each bud conceals a thorn in my side, a penance that I carry with exultation that brings me closer to my purpose, and perchance to yours.
Okay.
So,
oh, it's still 2,000.
Wish to
Weird.
purge yourself of your guilt.
Could you try to make that sound a bit less. There we go. Ominous. That would be nice.
The sacrament has been now going.
All right. We don't have anything else to turn in, right? Well, nothing that we know where to turn it in. Anyway. Right. I guess with the double jump, I never did come here after I got double jump, right? Huh. So we could have entered this place from this side instead. And then... Wouldn't there have been a clear path all the way to the Chapel of the Five Doves? Basically skipping this entire lower part of the elevator temples, including this rough arena fight? Huh. Interesting. If that is indeed the case. Wait, can you... Oh, wait. Yes, you can. Why do the statue heads break right there? Hello? So there's a baby below there, huh? Was I not able to get there? Oh, come on. Really? Huh. But maybe, finally, this is gonna work. Wait, if I actually press the right button. Ha! I got it. Nice. 21. Not bad. Yeah, this actually is the place that we saw in the vision after defeating... What's his face down here? All the way down here. Interesting. So was it not optional? Because it's very clearly extremely connected to the... Well... to this main progression path. Huh. Who do we interact with here? We talk to you? The father said 4 envoys wrapped my body in soft linen cloths. Okay. Is that written on the door here? Maybe? The mother said, follow the heartbeats that herald the birth. Hello?
Penitent One, be pleased to receive this gift that a candid voice in a dream asked me to give thee. A voice whose owner shall always be unknown to me.
Key of the Pilgrim.
O heart that descends from heaven, what doth thou seeketh from us?
What doth thou seeketh? Why can't people who want to use Old English in their game for reasons. And I do like Old English, you know, or even if it's just fake Shakespearean English. I actually kind of like the sound of it, and you know, it does evoke this old-timey feeling, and it certainly fits the atmosphere of this game, for example. But why can't people who want to use that in their game or their work of fiction not just learn how to do it right? This is so all over the place, and just almost in every single case it has been used wrong. I don't know. I guess it really doesn't. It probably doesn't bother, or even most people probably don't even notice it. Obviously, the devs didn't. But then I don't think they're actually native English speakers, so they're kind of excused, but they're not excused for not, you know, asking someone who knows to proofread it, or you know. Anyway, it's just, you know, that kind of thing kind of irks me sometimes. I'm just a language nerd. What can I say? I don't know. What doth I seeketh? Good question, actually. Okay. Back in the dream version of this place. Yep. This looks familiar.
The miracle shows us mercy, and bestows upon this shadow the right to speak.
I mean, maybe I would have ascended here, had this little encounter, and then the game would have told me, hey, go all the way down there to slay this dude's physical body or something, or whatever it is we actually did. But we already did that, and now we can maybe progress right away. That would be nice. Or did we need double jump to enter the city, or to make progress in the city somewhere? Or could we have made our way all the way here without the double jump? Well, it's impossible to remember right now, but it would actually be interesting to watch my playthrough of this area. Maybe I'll do that later, and try to spot any places where double jump was absolutely necessary. Anyway,
Never
right.
will I comprehend for what exalted reasons I was chosen to witness and narrate the events by which the miracle sought to return to us. For many eons have passed since it abandoned us. Oh, I see my request was granted, and that blessed pilgrim delivered my offering to you.
The key, okay. Well, does the key unlock your sarcophagus thingy here? You did call it his cage of gold and crystal or something like that?
Cast open the cages whose keys were stolen.
The cages whose keys were stolen? What?
Dove, who borrows thine color from the raven, escape your gilded prison.
Okay, so they are supposed to be black doves. Okay. Whoa. We haven't had one of these kinds of cutscenes in a while. Wow. Wait, where is this? Is this the top of the City of the Blessed Name? It looked cool. A ghostly church tower. In the middle of that crater. Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, okay. 1 out of 5. I mean, that's what we used that one key for, right? That we just got. Or, well, we didn't use it up, so what do we need to open the other cages? Gift of the Anonymous Pilgrim. It opens the first of the cages in the Chapel of the Five Doves. Okay. It happened right there, in that sacred chapel. The miracle itself melted glass into an urn and dressed it with gold, so it could probably display the inert body of that pious young man, the one that was chosen by the divine to witness every event brought by the return of the faith, the one that gave his life and who was preserved incorruptible, so his testimony will remain immortal, the testimony of the new birth of the miracle. Okay, do these now open to us? Nope. interesting. Basilica of the Absent Faces. That just appeared there without any explanation, and without anyone actually telling me, hey, you now need to do this kind of thing. Look over there. We just magically know that we need to go there? Or did I miss some sort of cutscene because I did things slightly out of order? Or, you know, maybe more than slightly, but the game allowed me to do it, so they should have accounted for that scenario. Also, I can only hope that something has just magically appeared here. Because otherwise, I mean, I haven't gained any new abilities, right? Not as far as I'm aware. No one wants to talk to me anymore? Yeah, let's just... I mean, are there any hints in these? The father said 4 envoys wrapped my body in soft linen cloths. 4 envoys? The mother said, follow the heartbeats that herald the birth. I don't know, those don't seem like they contain any kind of hints. Unless the number 4 is somehow significant. Do you want to talk to me? It seems like the perfect time for that lady to show up. Give me some more lore exposition and tell me what to do. Or not. We kind of have a shortcut over this way. Into the Crown of Towers, I suppose. So maybe that's a bit of a hint. But, I mean, we don't need more of a hint than this marker being here. I mean, I suppose I'll take a look and hope that something new has happened here. But it is a bit strange that... I don't know. I don't think there was anything... like in the dialogue with the guy just now. He didn't tell us what to do, right? He just told us... I don't know. We freed the dove and he said that we need to free more of them, or... I don't even know. I'm pretty sure he did not say, hey, go over there and to the, whatchamacallit, Basilica of the Absent Faces and do a thing. Because I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to do at this point. I mean, find more keys, I guess, to free the rest of the birds? That's kind of odd. Feels like something's missing. Or I missed something. Unless somehow... Hold on. Is it possible that because we freed one of the birds, now something's gonna happen with these golden sparkles? No. Okay, never mind. That was my one idea that I just had. So, I guess... the only other thing that I can think of is just to go back to this area and hope that... can just continue. I guess that would be a yes. Hello.
Cast your eyes upon our shop.
Oh? 17,500. Dabbler of the Lights. Invoke a beam of light that inflicts mystical damage. Still no lightning chant. But this extremely expensive mystical one.
Is there nothing of it?
It is of interest. But, I mean, you could make things slightly less expensive. If you want me to actually buy them. Oh, this is... wait. Oh. Of course, the cutscene showed that ghostly building appearing in the middle of a crater in the middle of some other building. But I guess I was just supposed to know from just seeing that That it was the Crown of Towers? Well, I suppose I didn't need to know that. The game showed me that I was supposed to go here. I just didn't make the connection at all. I thought it was the top of the city of the blessed name. I didn't think it was this place. But apparently it was. Crown of Towers. Yeah, I suppose it was like a crown of towers of sorts, if you want to describe it as such. So yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, living paintings. A classic. But even the ones that don't attack me are strangely alive. Absent Faces also. Yeah, okay. I just got it. Basilica of Absent Faces. Alright. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, teleport shenanigans? Yep. Okay, okay. I did not mean to duck there. Also, I still had this thing equipped. Oh dear. Let's go back to that one. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, looks like I'll need triple jump here, because double jump obviously is not gonna cut it, but if I do get a dash, I guess I might be able to jump, dash, jump again? That could work. Or dash off the sledge here, and then double jump, or something like that. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't mind a triple jump, I just, you know, don't quite think... It doesn't quite seem like something we would get in this game. Okay, so how is this gonna work? I have been wondering. The Penitent One can now perform an aerial dash. Oh, that's that. That's just that. Oh. Okay. Huh. I thought whatever I needed to interact with those blue chain things and the aerial dash would be two separate things, but okay. Press L. Wait. Oh. RT. Yeah, mid-jump or mid-fall to propel himself forward. He uses ability to break through some previously impenetrable barriers. Okay. I mean, sure, why the aerial dash would break through these weird blue glowing chains, of all things? And only that would break through them, and aerial dash breaks through those and nothing else? Just don't question it. It makes sense, I'm sure. Oh, what? Okay, so how powerful is this? Pretty powerful, actually. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Okay. You can dash through those, but they do come back. Not sure how relevant that is. Maybe not very. Okay. And you can indeed chain jumps and dashes together like that. Pretty much as expected. Okay, cool. Well, that opens up a ton of things. In fact, I mean, yeah, okay. I suppose the only ability that we're missing at this point, the only... what was it? Relic? Relic of Contrition. Is whatever summons platforms or something like platforms, maybe grapple points of some sort, where those fireflies are. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to focus on this area here for the time being and getting to whatever awaits us up here at the top of the Basilica before doing another round of backtracking. Although I can always, you know, do jump cuts between the locations, and thus it's not going to take up a whole lot of time in the episode itself. Because, of course, I am curious about the things we might find. Wow, that seems extremely tight. How am I gonna make it up here in time? Huh. I can only assume that it's possible, but that seems pretty tight. Okay, well, not if I do that. Come on. Just dash more? Huh. Okay. And I slammed straight through the platform. Is that supposed to happen? Surely not, because you're supposed to collide with it to create the shockwave close enough to the barrier to destroy it. So I don't know why I went through that. That seemed kind of cheap. I don't know. I guess I'll keep trying it a couple more times. Or not? I mean, isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Do I need to hit the exact middle? Surely I'm sending the thing down so there is a platform for me to land on to destroy the barrier. Else it doesn't make any kind of sense. Huh. Okay, and then it randomly works. Maybe the platform has to be visible or something? I don't know, man. I'm just glad I got it in the end. Oh, hey! Wait. Is this tier 3 unlock? Alright. Okay, let's see what you got. Well, I guess I won't be able to see most of them yet, because... Reaper Prayer. Halves the cost of Reaper Rosary. Reaper Rosary... Ah. Okay, yeah. I mean, if I made more use of Blood Pact than basically never, then I guess that would be more useful. Base defense. Okay, so this is the counter upgrade. Increases the stun. Ability to stun enemies. So just stun enemies more often. Oh, we have 8 points though. We're almost there for the final altarpiece upgrade. So I'm gonna restrain myself for now. And not upgrade anything. But that's nice to have that tier 3 unlocked. Right, okay. Back to this place. Or do we have anything else? Hold on. Keep forgetting. No. suddenly music? What? Was music supposed to be playing the entire time? Because I had really been wondering about the eerie silence. Okay. Odd. Oh god. More of those things. I mean, I suppose I technically don't need to kill them. But, not killing them would also be annoying. I guess the flail does work pretty well against them. Hello. Aha. Firefly situation. Gotcha.
Endless litany together. Whose verses chain us to an everlasting prayer that transcends death itself. Join me in endless orison.
Okay. Well, I took a lot of unnecessary damage early on. And I did a lot better later on. Unfortunately, not all the way to the end. Okay, wow, that was intense. Holy crap. I don't know if this weapon is the best. I mean, when she's actually hanging out in range, obviously I can get a lot of damage in, but that was not the case most of the time. I think the shotgun fireball blast actually works pretty well. So I think magic-wise I'm good. What kind of damage would she be dealing? I'm guessing, also because I got this here, that those skull things probably deal mystical damage, so we absolutely are going to go for this one. That should help somewhat, because those are a pain to avoid. That being said, just 2 swings of the flail are probably going to take care of all of them as they are spawning around me. Much better than the daggers. Also, earlier, just before the fight, actually, I was talking, thinking that the mic was on, and well, so apparently at some point I messed up my muting and unmuting. So if I was just standing around there without saying anything, that's why. I don't think that couldn't have been. I couldn't have been off for a long time. I hope, anyway. I mean, I checked occasionally. So I'm pretty sure. I mean, it definitely hasn't been off the entire time whenever I was trying to say anything. I'm pretty sure of that, but I guess I'm gonna have to double check once I'm done recording. Either way, if I was awkwardly quiet and not doing anything for a little while before the fight, then yeah, that's why. But I think we should be mostly good. Anyway, let's try this again, shall we? Wow, that was absolutely awful. But I also call kind of bullshit on getting stuck on the top platform there. Stun locked by those spawning whatever the heck they actually are. Okay, 3 marks of martyrdom for this fight. Alright. That is a generous reward. And I got the second key. Okay. Well, I easily could have just spaghettied and way more towards the end there and actually lost. Kind of glad I didn't, though. And yeah, the flail did work for me. Did definitely work better in most situations there. Definitely allowing me to get a lot more hits in, even if individually they weren't as powerful. I mean, you know what I'm trying to say, probably.
The miracle was to create a new icon. An incarnate icon for all to revere. A symbol in which all our faiths, pleas, and hopes might be united in communion, so as to expand its diminished, almost extinct might. Dove, who borrows thine colour from the raven, escape your gilded prison.
Ah, okay. Now that I know that this is giving me a hint, well, in addition to the slight hint of a map marker just appearing and telling me exactly where to go, I have a pretty good idea where I'm going to be heading next. That is the bottom left corner of the map, of course. Yep, dove number 2. Oh, and then, yeah, I suppose considering there were these teleporting. Wait, I've never gone there. Well, I guess I'll have to double check that before I call this an episode. Can't just end there. Oh, and this even works as an elevator. How convenient. Right, I was gonna say, considering there were these horizontal teleporting shenanigans going on here, I guess it's not too surprising that we were going up this tower only to arrive at its bottom. I mean, the entire building is literally a ghost of a building, right? So nothing should come as a surprise. Oh, wait, is this... No? Oh, we've never actually been here? Also, apparently smashing the baby thingies refills your health? I never noticed that before, I don't think. I definitely didn't notice it. Although it probably happened before. Neat, okay. I guess it's slightly less inconvenient, huh? Or is it? To go... No, actually it's probably less inconvenient to drop down from here. Yeah, actually. So let's quickly check that. Yeah, I should be able to just fall down both of these rooms probably for the most part. Oh yeah, I just absolutely never went here. Don't knock me off or anything, thank you. Unfinished lullaby, okay. So it was still unfinished. Fragment of a lullaby written by a mother. Right. Dream, child, your silver dream, for I will watch over you until the dawn breaks. Okay. And we get this, Key of Endless Orison, key planted from the remains of Benedicta, the ghost of the Basilica. It opens the second of the cages, yes. In fact, it already did so. Okay, right, so we still have something to do up there, but that's fine because we can just teleport there, pretty much. we have, I believe, two more candles snuffed out. So I do want to visit the mother. And I hope that I'm not going to have to face two of those gauntlets back to back or so, or something, or at the same time, because I, you know, happen to accumulate two daughters before turning them in. That's a weird sentence, but you know what I mean. It's probably going to happen one after the other. But I am going to take a break, actually. I'm happy that I, happy enough to have defeated the boss in only 2 attempts. That could have easily gone a lot worse. It seemed pretty bad, actually. I mean, not bad. It's a pretty cool fight. But, it seemed pretty difficult on the first attempt. So I was not particularly confident. So, yeah, honestly, a little bit surprised that I did get it on the second try, despite all the flailing that happened towards the end. Well, I suppose I can just teleport. Alright, we have so many places to backtrack to as well. I guess that's probably what I should start with, and also just to confirm, yeah. Next up we're supposed to head, well, I can't point right now. Let's just finish the teleporting first, and then do everything else. Okay, save here. Right, so next up, we're supposed to go here, which is, obviously going to be from the Sea of Ink, where now there's going to be a bridge leading to the sunken cathedral, apparently. Well, no longer sunken, actually, just recently resurfaced. Yeah. Right, okay. Yeah, so next time we're going to start with talking to the mother. Don't have anything else, right? No. I literally just looked. And then, yeah, a bunch of backtracking now that we have the dash, which also allows us to interact with those weird chain things. So, all the blue and question mark, well, markers should disappear in due time, leaving us with a bunch of items. Hopefully some more of those coins, that would be nice. I have not found one of those in a hot minute. As well as, of course, more points of martyrdom. Actually, speaking of which, yeah, we have 12, so we can actually afford to fully upgrade the altarpiece. Wonderful. Maybe that's what I should start with. I mean, ultimately, I suppose it doesn't really matter that much. We can just stay here for now, and, do presumably 2 more of those arena fights. Unless the same thing doesn't necessarily happen every time. Maybe they mix it up a little bit more. We'll see. For the time being, I thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please hit the like button, leave a comment, and I shall see you real soon. Bye-bye.